Hello, Carlos. Can you hear us? Rachel or Carlos, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect.
Hello, Dr. Crockett.
Hello, it's Ashley. For everyone that is online, we are going to be a few minutes late. We're waiting for a few board members to get here. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Foster. Thank you.
Can I do a sound check? I just want to make sure that my microphone's working.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you, Carlos.
And I'd like to do that also because I'm having a hard time with joining.
Hi, Carol. We can hear you as well.
I
Thank-
can hear you and see you also.
Thank you.
table, it can become a counter, and it's also a step stool far behind the cabinets.
Well, we're gonna be starting on the outside.
All right.
Here we go. Why don't you guys sit down there? Well, oh, let's see. If you're actually interested in coming out here to join the view and having dinner at the view, it's as simple as pulling a little pin out of that. That's a
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. I'm sorry we started a little bit late. There were some traffic issues for some of our board members, including myself. So thank you all so much for your patience. We are still waiting on one board member. So if I say the Pledge of Allegiance a little bit longer than usual, I'm just trying to give him some time to get in. But if you could all please rise for the pledge, and then we will have a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Happy New Year. Just a couple housekeeping items before we start. For board members that are in person, the microphones are directly in front of you. When they are red, the mic is not live. Please click on the mic when you would like to speak. The mic will turn green and then you can take your turn. Once you are done speaking, please push the mic again so that it turns red. For board members participating via Zoom, and I think we have 3 board members today participating via Zoom, please stay on mute. If you would like to speak, please push the hand icon to indicate you would like to speak. This will help me know that you have something to say, and I will make sure that you have an opportunity. For charters and applicants on the agenda that are participating via Zoom, please stay muted until your item is called. Once your item is called, board staff will introduce the item, and then they will provide a brief opportunity for you, brief introduction, excuse me, and then I will call on you to address the board. That's the time when you can unmute yourselves. And for charters or applicants on the agenda participating in person, once your item is called, board staff will provide a brief introduction and answer any questions. Then I will request that representatives from the charter come up to the podium and address the board. Come on in, Hans. I'm drawing it out. Just a friendly reminder for charters and applicants that are in person, please make sure that you touch the microphone and that it turns green. Sometimes that doesn't happen, and we want to make sure that we hear everything that you have to say. Okay, Ashley, can we do a roll call, please?
President Monteith,
Present.
Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller,
Here.
Miss Barr,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Here.
Miss Foster,
Here.
Miss Jones,
Here.
Mr. Ruiz,
Here.
Mr. Snyder,
Here.
Mr. Stratton,
Present.
Mr. Swanson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
That was perfect timing. All right, we are on to agenda item D, an election of officers. If Hans and I are elected, or a motion is made to elect us, then Hans and I can recuse ourselves and we can have one motion for both of us. If there is a different opinion, then we need to have two motions, one for president and one for vice president.
I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, of course you do. All right, motion's made.
I'd like to nominate the current slate of vice president and president to re-up and remain president and vice president. So I nominate Jessica Monteith as president of the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools effective immediately. And I nominate to approve Hans Close as vice president of the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools effective immediately.
Motion was made. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, who's taking that one? Steph.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion was made and seconded. Can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close, have you as recused? Okay. Superintendent Designee Miller,
Absolutely. Yes.
Miss Barr,
Go with a simple I.
Dr. Crockett,
Yes.
Miss Foster,
Woohoo, yes.
Miss Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Ruiz,
Enthusiastic, yes.
Mr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. Stratton,
Yes.
Mr. Swanson,
Yes.
and President Monteith, I have you as recused.
Yes. And today, apparently. All right. On to agenda item E, Superintendent's Report with Ms. Miller.
Good morning. Thank you, President. National School Choice Week is intended to raise awareness of options for K-12 families seeking different environments where their kids can thrive. Also to highlight the success for community leaders and lawmakers of these choice options. Since it began in 2011, there have been over 270,000 School Choice Week events across the country. This past week, National School Choice Week 2026 held over 28,000 events and 31 state proclamations across the country, uniting families, educators, students, and leaders. Thanks to these passionate educators, parents, students, and community leaders like you, the momentum of the school choice movement continues to grow each year. It's clear that choice is no longer a niche exception, but a mainstream expectation here in Arizona and gradually across the country. Choice and change takes courage, and I'm humbled when I think about the innovators and the educational entrepreneurs that have opened doors for families and kids and educators who needed a different approach. Personally, last week at Challenge Charter School, we celebrated 30 years as a school. It's wild. 30 years of smiles, laughs, learning, challenges, and triumph over adversity. As you all know, probably in the room, this is not easy. So in 2007, one of the honors that Challenge has been lucky to receive was to be named a Greater Phoenix Chamber of Commerce Small Business of the Year in the category of response to adversity. When you forge a new path and challenge what has always been, or what some people think should always be, there is always a lot of adversity. After being defined as a pioneer in the charter school industry, my dad had an expression that has always made me laugh and smile and has been on my mind a lot recently. The definition of a pioneer, he would say, is laying on your stomach in the prairie with arrows in your back, sucking dirt. Frankly, failure is just not an option if you're trying to stay on your feet in the prairie. So if you have a great idea and it annoys others, pursue it anyway with all the passion you can muster and surround yourself with people who believe in it and believe in you, but also who will question you because accountability really matters. Most especially in all environments where our kids' future and state funds are entrusted. For charter schools specifically, and I realize in this room I am speaking to the choir, but I am unaware of a more accountable public agency. Overregulation can suffocate and often alienate the little guy. We are accountable to the feds, the U.S. Department of Education, all federal rules and agencies, Arizona Department of Education, and this board, kind but fair, but very firm. And the most important measure, obviously, of our success and our accountability is the child and the parent. Always the kids needs to come first when we're considering what is right and if what we are doing is right. Accountability cannot look the same for things that are drastically different, even within this choice movement. While speaking of accountability, I just want to pause. I don't know if y'all have been watching the ATEC, it's the A to F meetings, but I want to thank Kelly Powell, if you've had the pleasure, I think we've had the pleasure of hearing him speak a few times at the board. This industry in Arizona are so lucky to have Kelly. He brings so much wisdom, and the preparation that he puts into those meetings is just amazing. So I love talking data with him, and they're a little difficult if it's not your lane, but I definitely would recommend listening because it's very important to the work that we do. And I'd like to offer a heartfelt thank you to the original pioneers and to the daily pioneers that continue to innovate and push the boundaries to give kids a better future. Thank you.
I second the statement about Kelly. Although I don't like to participate in the data, I just like to listen because the participating's it's a little much for me. It is. He's fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, on to agenda item F, Executive Director's Report with Ashley.
Good morning, President Montier, Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members. I'd like to provide you with an update on contract approvals I've approved under my authority and the school visits completed since our meeting in December. And Dan, if you can click the slide. Thank you. I have approved 47 amendments, and these amendments are more technical in nature and involve updates to charter holder contracts, such as changes to instructional days and school governance. And throughout the months of December and January, board staff completed 30 interval reviews, 3 renewal reviews, and there were 34 on-site visits completed, which include both pop-in visits and specialized accountability visits. And then moving on to the update on legal actions. As an update on legal matters, there were 3 charter holders that failed to timely submit their fiscal year 2025 audits by the November 15th deadline. The board at its December meeting voted to withhold each charter holder's monthly state aid apportionment until a complete fiscal year 2025 audit was submitted. I want to let you know that all 3 of those schools have submitted a complete audit for FY 2025. And now I'm going to move on to legislative update and turn it over to Cassie.
Good morning, President Montier, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members. The 2026 legislative session officially began on January 12th, 2026. Since then, 1,810 bills have been introduced. Yesterday, February 2nd, was the last day for bills to be introduced in the Senate, and Monday, February 9th, is the last day that members can introduce bills in the House. After bills are introduced, they are assigned to a committee, and if the committee chairperson agrees to hear them, they will be heard in their committee of origin. After and if they are heard and pass out of their committees of origin, bills will begin to move forward through caucus and floor hearings before making their way to repeat the process in the other legislative body. Most bills do not make it through all the steps of the process, either not making it through the timeline gauntlet to be heard in committee or floor hearings, or are stopped from moving forward by legislative leadership. It is necessary to be watchful as bills continue to be introduced, move through committee, and are amended. Of the roughly 2,000 bills that are introduced each year, usually only around 200 make it through to the governor's desk. We track all bills as they move through the legislative process, but pay close attention to bills that affect the K-12 system and state agencies. So far, only 1 bill has made it through the legislative process and has been vetoed by the governor. Much focus so far in the legislature has been on tax conformity with H.R. 1 or the Big Beautiful Bill. But as the governor vetoed SB 1106, Internal Revenue Code conformity deductions, and Republican leadership has not scheduled Democrat bills for hearing that the governor has signaled support for, therefore there hasn't been much movement. The governor gave her State of the State speech and also released her draft budget. We have no concerns with our own ASBCS proposed budget in the governor's plan, but we will continue to watch for budget trends as those talks begin within the legislature over the next couple of months. There have been a lot of discussions in the legislature surrounding school safety, Prop 123 and school funding, the statewide assessment system and accountability, ESAs, and school district governing board oversight. We will provide regular updates as the legislative session continues. I'm available for any questions.
Board members, do we have any questions? No, thank you so much.
And I am excited to be able to introduce you to one of our new employees. So Clayton, if you can come up and introduce yourself.
Good morning, President Monteith, Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members of the board. My name is Clayton Salm, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself this morning. I joined the customer service and accountability team this past October. My career in education began with tutoring students after school at my local Jewish community center. And since then, I've had the privilege to support Arizona learners at every stage in their educational journey, from preschool children to senior citizens. This included running after-school programs as well as summer break camps for one of our charter operators here in Arizona. And this is really where my interest and passion for charter schools began. I believe that charter operators are in a unique position to provide high-quality educational programs to the communities and the students within them. And I am grateful for the opportunity to support our charter schools in that endeavor. Thank you for your time.
Welcome. We're so happy to have you.
That's all I
Ashley?
have to report.
All right. That was a great report. Okay. And on to another great report. We're going to have a presentation from Chad Geston. Did I say that correctly? Yes, I got a thumbs up. I'm good. Okay. Agenda item G. Welcome.
And Chad, just give us 1 second because we're going to pull up your presentation right here.
I think as we, Madam President, Vice President, and Board, as we get started, just really quickly, I'm Chad Geston. I now run the Arizona Institute for Education and the Economy. I'm here with Dr. Leanne Lindsay from our team, Leanne, and I've formerly spent 22 years in the K-12 system. On the district side of the house, teacher, assistant principal, was superintendent of the Phoenix Union High School District for 8 years. And along my journey, got to know Jim fairly well. Through TFA. I'm still waiting for the transition.
We're going to switch it out for you so you can click through.
Yeah. Excellent. Good. All right. Sorry. Once again, Madam President, Vice President, members of the board, Ashley, thank you so much for having us today. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about the work happening statewide, and don't want to spend much time talking about the Institute itself, but just really quickly, as you see here on the screen, that the Arizona Institute for Education and the Economy, we're statewide, we're nonpartisan, we are a solutions-driven institute. And really, if you go to that final bullet point, we are focused on the future. that a lot is changing. We heard about the need for entrepreneurs and thinking differently about the future of school, and that's really what we're here to talk about today. What I also want to say is that everything that you're about to see, there we go. Everything you're about to see in here in this presentation is actually the result of over 2 years of listening. As an institute, we are constantly traveling around the state, meeting with students, parents, educators, community leaders, employers, to make sure that everything that we do as an institute is based on the voice and the needs of actual Arizonans. And I share this picture because when we mean, sorry, it's being very strange. It's delayed. Perfect. I will be patient. We share this image to say when we say that we actually go out to Arizona to listen to Arizona, we mean it. This is us last summer in Prescott in a gymnasium at the statewide student government convening with 300 high school students talking about the future of school. So we truly are getting out to Arizona. And what you will also see on the screen when it catches up is that there's also a very quickly growing statewide coalition helping to lead this work. As you will see when it pops up in a moment, that the coalition is now over 250 organizations representing all 15 counties. And it's quite unique. It's not just a coalition of educators, it's a coalition from early childhood through business and industry and workforce. But what also makes it extra unique is that we have representation from rural, urban, suburban, and indigenous Arizona. When we convene, we have Democrats, Republicans, and independents around the same table. And perhaps most uniquely about Arizona, we have district schools, charter schools, private schools, CTEDs, tribal schools, and micro schools, all in a broad coalition saying, can we come together to help really push us toward the future of school in Arizona? We're incredibly excited about our progress. What you see up here are where we are going to have a conversation about education. These are the things that typically come up. We as a coalition actually aren't focused on these. We're focused on a different problem that we're trying to solve for today. And that problem is this, that school looks largely the same way it did 100 years ago. This is a classroom from 1939 compared to a classroom from 2026. And one of the biggest challenges that we say is that every day in Arizona, we send 1.2 million incredibly talented children and tens of thousands of really dedicated educators into a box that we call school that doesn't change much over time. And yet the rest of the world continues to evolve at rapid speed, especially with what's happening with artificial intelligence today. And we see the results of this every single day across the state. This rapid change, schools aren't really built to change quickly and adapt, but part of the result of that, and we see it, is that employers are saying, I need a different workforce and tomorrow. Parents are saying, I want different models of school. Students aren't going to school at the rates they should, and teachers are walking away from this version of school at really rapid rates. And to just show you what we mean by school hasn't changed, going to really quickly share with you high school transfer. We're not here today to pitch new high school requirements. I know that's not your jurisdiction anyway. But I'm going to show you very quickly high school transcripts from these 3 decades, and we'll see if you can figure out which decade these transcripts belong in. So hopefully you can see on your screen. Any guesses what decade this transcript belongs in? The fact that you can't tell right away tells a story. All right, let's try. Just hold on to your thoughts. I'll go to the next one. This is another transcript in another decade. Hopefully the audience can see it as well. All right, here's another transcript in yet another decade. Let me go back one more. Sorry, there's a delay. Okay, thank you. All right, and then finally, the final decade. Hopefully you can recenter that for everyone again. For those on the board and in the audience, it was 1985, and then 2024, and then 66, and then 31. But hopefully you get the point. It's actually really difficult to tell. Think about what the world and work and society looked like in 85 and 66 And this is 1931. And we have people tell us all the time, part jokingly, part seriously, that the 1931 version of high school, where we taught home ec, business, hygiene, and we read books, might actually have been a better version of school 100 years ago. And so in many ways, this is what we're after, to really make sure that we are pushing Arizona toward the future. And part of that is twofold. Number one, everything has changed in society, the way that we shop, the way that we interact, but also virtually everything is changing about work. There's almost not a single industry that isn't evolving or hasn't already evolved. And so we, as a broad coalition, are trying to push us toward the future of school. And the one thing that I'll just remind us, if you go back to the previous slide, is the one thing that's changed over time. Sorry, the next one. It might be easier for me to have you flip slides for us. There you go. The one thing that's changed over the course of the last 100 years is actually the elective. As you've seen, almost everything else has stayed the same. And the one thing that we continue to change is the elective. And what we like to remind ourselves is that we're not one elective away from modernizing our educational system, that we have to be willing to think very differently about the future of school. And so a few other things before I talk about the actual work of the coalition. If you'll go back. Again, I apologize. The technology is not transitioning smoothly. This coalition and what we've heard from Arizona is it's time to really start to think about what the future of school needs to look like in Arizona. And what we've heard, if you go back a slide, there you go, that this version of school that we've been in for 100 years, we actually call that school 1.0. It's based on time and credits, right? It's the factory model. We've been in that for many years. It's why I think charter schools emerged so many years ago. Like, how do we start to break that box that we've been in for so long? And it's tough to break that box of school. We put all that into school 1.0 and have heard from Arizona, it's time to really think boldly about the future, but start with what do we actually want for our children? Not what do we want for the system first, what do we want for our children? And where we see this happen is in the greatest charter schools and district schools and private schools all across the state. I gave examples of Great Hearts and Brophy and Agua Fria, that as they thought about their future of school, the first thing they did is said, what do we want our graduates to look like? What do we want our students to look like? And then they've designed their school around that. And what we did over the last year and a half is we actually set out on a journey to say, what if Arizona was asked the simple question, what do we actually want our graduates to look like? Not the traditional high school transcript, but what do we actually want for the children of Arizona? You know, we spent a year and a half talking to thousands of Arizonans, surveying focus groups, again, parents, students, educators, employers, all across the state, saying, what would we want if we were to cast a bold vision for our students? And what emerged, we think, is something really incredible. What emerged is what we now call the State 48 graduate profile. And the reason why we call it the State 48 graduate profile is what we heard from Arizona is two things. You don't mind going back to the previous one. Number one, we have to prepare our students for the future, and we have to be really clear about what that future is. And what we heard very clearly is we have to quit pitting college versus career. That college leads to career, sometimes career leads back to college, but also enlistment in the military, entering into a season or even a lifelong season of service, whether that's faith-based or non-faith-based, and entrepreneurship, back to Superintendent Designee's comments about entrepreneurial mindset earlier, that these are important. What we also heard from Arizona is that they're not mutually exclusive and they're not tracks. We recently met an incredible young man, 22 years old at Grand Canyon University, who's doing all four of these at the same time. Wrapping up his military service, using his GI Bill to go back to school, is working in a high-wage career part-time, and launching his own company. I think he's a great example of these 4 E's. But what we also heard is that we have to make sure that our children know that there are 4 equally viable futures, but then we also have to make sure they're ready for those. Not track them into any one of those, but really give them the skills, the knowledge, the mindsets needed to thrive. And what we heard, I was trying to go back a slide. What we heard from Arizona is that they fell into eight categories, and I'm not going to go over the 8 categories right now, but I want to tell you 4 themes that we heard. Number one is, even when we think boldly about the future of school, we can never forget that knowledge and literacy matters. right? That a lot of people say, hey, let's hurry up and get kids into the workforce, but knowledge and literacy matters. The rigor of knowledge and literacy. We heard that over and over again across Arizona. That's why it's the first of the 8 essentials. We also heard that we have to get really serious about making sure that our students are technologically ready for society and work. And right now, if you think about where the standards and assessments and graduation requirements, it's possible to leave school today not technologically ready for the future. And so we have to make sure that Arizona produces a graduate that's actually ready, whether that's work or workforce. And then we should be, you're right, back on the 8 essentials if we can get there. That's okay. And then 2 other themes that we heard. So the knowledge and literacy, the technological skills, but also work skills and human skills. That our youth need to be able to graduate ready to work with each other, work in teams and communicate. So there's this great balance between, are you ready for work with those workforce skills, but are you ready to be human, especially in a world in which has become more and more technological, that human skills will become really important. And so that is captured in these 8 essentials. And I think what's most exciting about this idea of a State 48 graduate profile is a couple of things. Number one, it's the beginning of a long journey, not the end. That this is a really clear vision of what Arizona says we need to work toward. And so we are now in the process of thinking about and working with school systems all across the state. I want to thank Superintendent Designee. We've had probably 10 individuals from the department intimately involved in this work from day one. And including most recently, Ms. Udall has been an incredible advocate and supporter of all that you've seen. So thank you to the department for your support. But this is a vision not just for the K-12 system, but for those around the K-12 system. Trying to get to the next slide for what it's worth. That what we've seen all across the state in all 15 counties, was with Cochise superintendents this morning, is excitement about aligning around this vision for our students. And what you'll see, if we can get to the next slide, is that early childhood agencies all across the state have said, hey, we want to adopt and align to this work. And these are just a couple of examples. School districts, charter schools, CTEDs, Arizona School for the Arts is one that's been intimately engaged in the coalition, saying, hey, what might this mean even for an arts academy? You'll see nonprofit providers. We launched this in partnership with SciTech Institute and the Arizona Educational Foundation. You'll see the A+ School for Excellence application change to make sure that the profile is a part of that. Arizona K-12 Center is actually changing their professional development to wrap around the State 48 graduate profile so that we're actually building students for the future. So I won't go through all these, but you'll see that it's a vision not just for K-12, but those who wrap around K-12 so that we can have a clear vision for our students, for our parents, around how we are pointing toward future ready graduates. And then the last part that I want to spend just a few minutes talking about, for the sake of time, I'll go quickly, is, well, what might that mean for schools? So it's an incredible vision for nonprofits, even business and industry, to really get engaged in certificates and degrees and internships in ways that are really helpful. Is that we are working on some tools to help Arizona modernize their systems. I'm trying to go back one slide. To the School 1.0, as we've talked about, we're trying to push Arizona toward, for those that want it, not everyone has to jump, get off the shore, but for those that want to really modernize their system, we're working on models for School 2.0 and School 3.0. That are not driven by time but they're actually focused on producing incredible graduates and incredible human beings. As you'll see on this next slide, this idea of School 2.0, it's spreading already. There are schools all across Arizona, district schools, charter schools, private schools that have already made this leap to say, let's rethink our structure to make sure that we're focused on producing students that are truly ready for the future. So hopefully if the one slide showed up, I showed a couple of logos. Hopefully you saw that. That's okay. I'm trying to stay to my time, Ashley. By managing the delay. The one that just had the logos. I just wanted to share. It's okay, no problem. I promised Ashley I'd stay on time, and now I'm not on time, so I apologize. Sorry.
We've been
sorry,
behind
President.
all. It's okay. We're behind all day. It's all right.
I just showed examples like School 2.0 is popping up all over the place. These are examples of a couple of charter schools and some district schools that are trying, right? That are trying really hard to try different models. Sometimes they're successful, sometimes they're a challenge, but they're trying really hard to say, hey, how can we modernize what school needs to look like, whether that's big districts or small districts or even individual charter schools, as you alluded to. A tool that's coming out to actually show Arizona of like, how could you actually potentially get to School 2.0? On March 4th, the Institute, in partnership with the Center for the Future of Arizona, will actually publish a statewide tool called Permission Granted. And Permission Granted, the idea is that actually it's possible to get into School 2.0 today. You already have permission. There's already flexibility. You don't have to wait for any law changes to get into School 2.0. And so we will, on March 4th, publish this tool that will have two components. Number one, a policy primer. So it'll show Arizona schools and school systems exactly the policies that you need that already give you flexibility around competency and time to really modernize school. And then the second component will actually be an implementation guide. And it'll show you 5 key steps you can make to modernize and center your system on students. And we highlight in the implementation guide 11 schools all across the state that you can go see. Charter schools, district schools, as well as CTEDs. We believe there are 50 to 100 School 2.0s across the state. We'll continue to identify them and highlight those. But for now, in this guide, we will show 11 clear examples of districts and charters and systems that made the bold step toward School 2.0. And then finally, in terms of the work itself, we also spend a lot of time talking about what we call School 3.0, which is we probably have to push ourselves even farther. That as, again, the world is changing rapidly, as technology is changing, it's all right, rapidly. Maybe I'm supposed to do this without a slide deck. That we think that we have to push ourselves towards something even bigger and bolder. That much like your comments earlier, Superintendent Designee, I appreciated those comments. So School 3.0, there's a few things that we're working on. I want to tell you about a concept or an idea that came out of the coalition that's actually now legislation. We're not NAU, the Institute, we're not lobbying for that, to make that very clear. But let me tell you about the concept that emerged. And it's in business and industry today, we have what's called the regulatory sandbox. You probably know that if you followed it. The reason why Waymo is at scale, we had a fintech sandbox, where if there's a really cool idea in business and they want to try it, but it's not regulatorily possible, you can apply to get into a sandbox. And in the coalition, they said, why wouldn't we give education a sandbox? Why wouldn't we allow schools, districts, charters to try new bold ideas without being stuck in some old regulations? And so this idea of a sandbox emerged from the coalition, and there's many potential uses of a regulatory sandbox, but we'll continue to talk about the importance of sandbox. The legislation itself, we're not in charge of. If you have questions about the legislation, it's Jeff Wenninger, Greater Phoenix Leadership. Melissa Taylor said she's happy to answer any questions, again, separate from the Institute itself. But this idea of a regulatory sandbox in general could be really helpful for Arizona to modernize. And then if you go to the next slide, just the last couple things to keep in mind. We're also identifying schools, and there's a couple of charter schools across the state that actually want to go faster, that are actually ready to try something radically different. And so we're for now calling those transformation schools, where we'll identify some schools across the state that actually want to go fast and really reimagine themselves. And we hosted our first major redesign day, where we invited parents, educators, business partners, nonprofits, and actually spent an entire day thinking about what if we redesigned school? And it was incredible. And so we'll start to roll out redesign events across the state so that we can really get Arizona thinking about what's possible if we're trying to focus on building incredible children. And then I believe the final comment is this, that it is impossible to think about the future of school if you're not thinking about the impact of artificial intelligence, not just on education itself, but what our students will need to be equipped for the future. And so if you have any questions about Arizona's official guidance, the Institute publishes Arizona's guidance. Again, incredibly grateful to the Department of Education, have been involved in crafting this the entire time. Dr. Lindsay in the back has led this effort. But we have official guidance for the state of Arizona. It's subtitled A Balanced Perspective. So if you're someone who loves it, there is some bad we got to be worried about. If you're someone who hates it, there is some good with AI. And so we even subtitle the statewide guidance A Balanced Perspective. And then finally, we have a statewide alliance called the Arizona AI Alliance. It's an alliance of now 15 organizations that are committed to the safe, responsible, ethical, yet effective use of AI in our classrooms and in how we teach those to our students. And so with that, I would open it up to any questions. Again, this is, we think, the beginning of a long journey, not the end, and appreciate the time to come tell our story.
Hi, I was just wondering, Ashley, if we could get a standalone copy of this presentation. I think it was probably in the board materials, but it's a little hard to dig out. Yeah, but if we could get like a standalone copy, just maybe to forward to some other people. And then secondly, just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing on this. I think it's imperative that we, keep the evolution of the school experience, as it were, right, moving along. And there hasn't been a lot of evolution, as you said, and just kind of anecdotally, we've seen it in our house as well. My middle daughter goes to Arizona State University Preparatory Academy, and so we're kind of familiar with the school 2.0 concept, and she's been flourishing there. And it's a really, kind of refreshing way to see how education is delivered, and kind of throwing out some of the old, concepts that are just, why are we doing this? Just because we've always done it. And, that's not the way that, today's business and economy is moving. So I think this is a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. And just quickly, Member Stratton, I appreciate your daughter's in a school 2.0. It is a radically different experience, and it is producing radically different outcomes for students. And I think being able to see it, ASU Prep's been engaged in the coalition work from the get-go. And when you see it and experience it, it does feel different and produces better results.
Other questions, comments?
Madam President, thank you. Thanks, Dr. Getson, for being here and talking about this important work. How do you get everyone to adopt this willingly in our world? I know we're not a state that likes to be told what to do, but this is, from the 48 and the way it's laid out, can really lay on top of any kind of organization, but it's just that clarity of this is what we have to do. So how are we going to do that? And then what are the big pushbacks you're getting, if any?
Great. Madam President and Member Swanson. So number one, I would agree, and we would agree completely, the top-down directive has never worked. And so it's the reason why we've built this from the ground up across the state. In many ways, I had a leader across Arizona say, this is almost like a movement to modernize education. We want to keep it that way. We don't intend for top down. So I just wanted to echo that. What we're doing is we're building a coalition of folks that want to adopt, endorse, and push this forward. This coalition that I said 250, it's now over 300 organizations growing in every county every week. And really, it's the organic movement and adoption of this. But importantly, what I would say, it's also a little more strategic than that. Like, there are key organizations across Arizona that the moment they adopt it and endorse it and start to align their practices, just like the Arizona K-12 Center, right? That if you're going to then go to a PD session, they're incredible at the work that they do. Very grateful to that organization and their board. And in the future, when you go to a PD session there, it's going to be there. And so you'll start to see the adoption and the movement, I think, around education that will be critically important. We've even had school districts and charter schools. One school district, as an example, Apache Junction, they last week just adopted it whole scale. It's now their new vision in Apache Junction. And so I think we're going to continue to push the slow organic movement. Of course, there is always a tipping point in anything, and we're trying to get to a tipping point. But we also know the moment it feels like a directive and that you have to do this tomorrow, teachers are going to say too much work. Principals are going to say, I can't handle another thing. So we're starting with those who can see this vision and know that we need to move in that direction. That's the simple answer. And pushback, Madam President and Member Swanson, so far, none. I know that sounds crazy. I mean, we have skeptics who say not possible. Much to your comments earlier, when somebody says you can't do it, you're probably on the right track. I think at some point, and we're also really clear about that. We're talking about school 2.0, school 3.0. What that eventually means is we need classroom 2.0 and classroom, right? And classroom 3.0, which also means we need teacher 2.0 and teacher 3.0. And so at some point, when it starts to get into the classroom, I think we'll have a lot of success, a lot of challenges. And I think that's going to be okay. I think that's going to be okay. And the last thing that I'll just reemphasize, part of the reason why so far the support has been growing is Arizona built this. I mean, we cannot say that enough. We started with a blank piece of paper and no coalition. And now a year and a half later, through thousands of meetings, convenings, conversations, surveys, we have a quickly growing coalition and a clear vision for what needs to happen for our children. And so I think because Arizona built it, so far Arizona is supporting it.
Madam President and Dr. Getson, thank you for being here. My question would be, are all three universities part of growing and preparing and going to be able to provide the teachers with the knowledge to be able to do this?
Okay, Madam President and Member Jones. So a couple of things in terms of universities and then colleges of education. ASU, NAU, U of A, GCU, and University of Phoenix are all engaged in the coalition, so we're all at the table. And then likewise, we've been intimately engaging the deans of all of the colleges of education. Was even with the dean of the U of A yesterday, who is probably one of the biggest advocates for getting out of school 1.0 and siloed and saying, what does that mean for the future? So there's no mandate that colleges of education need to change the work they're doing tomorrow, but absolutely universities and colleges of education have to play a major role in the future of teaching, in the future. Colleges of ed produce our teachers, our counselors, our principals, our superintendents, many of our charter leaders. And so certainly they play a role. And we have great colleges of education in Arizona that are really trying new models, from residencies to the classroom of the future at ASU, to the work happening at GCU and U of A. We have some good models already. So we're optimistic, but we're also, it's not going to happen tomorrow. We know this is a really long yet important journey for Arizona.
Anyone else? I don't see hands up for our online members. No? Okay. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic presentation. Really appreciate your work. All right. Agenda item H, call to the public. We do have one person who has requested to speak, Byron Hatch from American Leadership Academy. Would you like to come on up?
President Montier, I hope I'm saying that correctly, and Vice President Close and Superintendent Designee Miller and members of the board. My name is Byron Hatch, and I am a senior and student body president at one of American Leadership Academy's Arizona's high schools. I'm honored to represent our Arizona students today, and I am honored to share a snapshot of what we have been able to accomplish this year with our extraordinary students. At American Leadership Academy, our focus is guided by a clear mission in support of the family, providing the best educational experience to as many students as possible in a moral and wholesome environment. This mission is not just a statement. It is reflected daily in the achievements, character, and growth of our students across Arizona. Academically, ALA Arizona campuses continue to perform at an exceptional level. This year, we earned a district-wide grade of an A, reflecting strong academic growth, high achievement, and college readiness across our schools. Our expanded advanced placement or AP offerings and intensive ACT preparation programs are helping students earn college credit, improve their test performances, and gain admission to competitive universities, opening doors to our students to prepare them for a lifelong success. In fine arts, ALA Arizona students excelled on major stages, including a choir selected to perform at the White House during the Christmas season, Across our campuses, students earned superior ratings at regional and state competitions and delivered outstanding performances in music, theater, choir, and visual arts. These programs cultivate confidence, creativity, discipline, and leadership. Athletically, this was one of the most successful years in ALA Arizona's history. Our schools earned multiple state championships and playoff titles, and our football programs reached the state semifinals in the 4A, 5A, and 6A divisions of the AIA, a rare achievement demonstrating statewide competitiveness. Additionally, many of our student athletes earned Division I and Division II college scholarships, continuing both their academic and athletic journeys at the highest level. I would just like to say, on behalf of our students, our families, teachers, and our board of directors, thank you for your guys' leadership and continued support for high quality public charter school education. We are proud to represent American Leadership Academy in the state of Arizona, and we look forward to continuing this tradition of excellence.
Thank you so much. Board members, do we have any questions or comments? No?
No.
Thank you so much. Okay, and we are on to agenda item I, consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to accept and approve the consent agenda as listed.
Wonderful. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Hans seconds. Ashley, can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Foster,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. Okay, on to agenda item J, charter amendment, and this is presentation by Ashley.
So you're going to have the Ashley show today because Rachel is home with her son. But Kaizen Education Foundation, DBA Mission Heights Preparatory High School, has submitted an amendment request to increase the grades served from 9-12 to K-12 for FY 2027. The charter holder is requesting the grade level increase in order to serve grades K-8 at Leona Connected High School. Additionally, the charter holder has submitted an amendment to add grades K-8 to its online instruction program, which is currently serving alternative students in grades 9 through 12. The request was reviewed for substantive completeness by Rio Salato. This includes evaluating the submission against a rubric and demonstrating proficiency with the AOI program through a virtual demonstration. The charter holder met the scoring expectations of the rubric and Rio Salato's team. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board members, do we have any questions? Is there a representative from the charter? Wonderful. Come on up. It's still morning, so good morning.
There I go. Did listen to the instructions. Good morning, President Montier, Vice President Close. My name is Mary, and members of the board. My name is Mary Berg. I am Vice President of Academic Support Services for Leona Group Schools, and I am here to talk a little bit about our amendment request. So as you heard, we're requesting to add K through 8 to our 9-12 online school. I'm going to admit this is probably one thing that I'm surprised I'm even here doing, because we've always had students, we believe students do best in person with relationships with adults. However, things changed, and things changed for all of our students, and there were students, we had students requesting online, thus Leona Connected. And I'll introduce Marcus. Sorry, Marcus, I didn't introduce you. Marcus Eglin is our school leader for Leona Connected, and Jim Tobin is our assistant school leader. So we opened 5 years ago, we opened Leona Connected High School. When we opened it, our real mission was to look at the students that we were already serving in our environments in person, realizing that some of them were asking for something else, but they still wanted the Leona feeling, they still wanted that family feeling. So Leona Connected opened 5 years ago. Our elementary schools started asking for alternatives as well, as students that were not either having trouble with an in-person setting or right now in the environment we have some families that just would prefer to have their students stay at home with them and be in an online environment. We started thinking about this 2 years ago, planning, and now we're ready to come before you with asking for K-8 for our schools, for Leona Connected, I'm sorry, for our online school. There are some challenges, and I do want to address those as we're speaking, because we are before you, because we're not on consent agenda, because we didn't meet the requirements for consent agenda, which 75% of our schools had to be at an A or B level. So we're just going to address that right now. With our high schools, absolutely. With our elementary schools, we do have unrated schools. We have 3 schools that are unrated, and I'm just putting that out there. They are alternative elementaries, and we just don't have a process of developing the formula through AATAC right now, but we don't have one yet. We also have schools that have Cs, and you'll see that in our performance profile. And what I want you to know is we're fully aware of that, is when we are working with our schools, we have programs in place and support in place. I can talk about individual schools if that would help, and I think I'm going to talk about one of them right now. So Havasu is our one that's sitting with a D, and I would have questions like, how in the world did you folks manage to go from a B to a B to a B, D? Well, we did. So we're there. I'm just a change in school population. The school shrunk very quickly in size. We're just over 100 students. And we had a change in what they were doing with the school, with their curriculum. It didn't work. We're back to beyond textbooks up there and working with our students. We also changed out leadership up there. When we changed the leadership out, we realized it was absolutely critical that we have somebody up there who was very, very familiar with who we are, what we do, and how we act. And we had one of our former leaders that had Gilbert Arts Academy, which is an A school, that is now up there running Havasu. So very encouraged by the results we're seeing from there, and believe that we are not going to be back at this level again. So with that, if there are questions about the overall group of schools, I'm happy to handle those. Otherwise, Marcus England is happy to talk about Leona Connected.
Board members, do you have any questions? Oh, Mr. Swanson.
President Montier, thank you. So this request is really coming out of a demand-driven response to families. What can you tell me the experience you have with online, and especially grade 1, grade 2?
So this is our online school opened 5 years ago, and we very quickly became familiar with online environment. And you can see our first year, no school gets a grade. We went from a no grade, non-rated for our second year in, because we didn't have enough students. And then we went to a C, and now we're at a B level with that school. We've basically learned our online environment with our high schools. Is we had some experience, and our leader can talk about that too, is because we had programs, we were using PLP at our high school, so we're pretty familiar with that. And then taking it to an online environment was the next natural step, and it worked very well for us while keeping teachers in place. We've taken 2 years looking at elementary. Last year, we thought, oh, maybe we should do this. And we were like, nope, we're not ready yet. We need to look at this a little bit more and learn a little bit more. So our leadership team has been working on that, working with the platform, and also realizing that when working with elementaries, it is very different, because we're working not just with the student, but we're really working with that parent, and realizing that it is going to be a parent working with their student, and that we're going to be training parents how to work with their students, and having a teacher in place that has online experience and with us and online elementary experience. We're planning on starting small, 30 students. And that really is just to cover the needs from within our schools right now. And hopefully it will grow, but it's really need driven right now.
Thank you. And as I looked at the materials, you're not asking for an overall enrollment cap.
No.
You still stay within the 1,000.
We'll stay within the 1,000 for the 2 schools. Yeah.
So how do you, like, I just think it's very hard. Online with adolescents is hard enough, but online, how do you capture and maintain the parents' attention so that you can get accountability out of the child?
Marcus, do you want me? Yeah, I know. Do you want to talk over it? Okay.
Yep.
Let me. Sorry, I know he's standing behind me saying, let me talk, it's my school.
Hello. Well, first, good morning, President Monteith and members of the board. I'm Marcus England. I'm the principal at Leona Connected, and I'll just say that we've had to do a lot of learning over the years dealing with our students. We are not a traditional online school that maybe some people think of when they think of online. We love contacting our families. That is one of the most important things that we do in our high school. We're going to keep doing that with our elementary level students. Is we have an open line of communication. Every teacher has a Google Voice number. They all have a meeting sign up, but we also have tutoring 7 days a week. We want to talk to students. We want to see them in front of us. We want to see them on camera. We have students from all over. So if they want to come to our office, they can they are more than welcome to come to our office. But I will say online education is not for everybody. It isn't. I was a building principal for many years, and so I really appreciate in-person instruction. And I think it's awesome. But for some students, they just want to go online, and so I just love options that we give students, and so we want to give that to our younger population.
I'm just going to interrupt super quickly. Member Foster, I see that you have your hand up, so I just wanted to make sure that you knew that I saw you. Okay.
Can I jump in 2 seconds? I'd say also before students and parents go online, there's a meeting to make sure parents understand the expectations, that it's not putting your child in front of a computer, but that you are involved and parents are willing to make that. They're making a sacrifice because they have to be there with their students. They have to be working with their students, and they have to be willing to work with our training too, because we're going to be training parents as well to be that in-place teacher in addition to the teacher that we will have.
Did that answer your question, Member Swanson?
Sure.
Okay. Member Foster and then Member Jones.
That was the similar question I had was, what are the wraparound services for the family, especially with the younger student population to ensure their success, because this is a new territory.
So as Mary is saying, every student who enrolls in Leona Connected has a one-on-one orientation, and we do a meeting with them and their student. We also have videos that we provide them in English and Spanish. So we want to try to meet the needs of every student. Our curriculum platform, Schools PLP, that we use, they're able to print out everything there. And so we want to build that partnership with the parent or guardian in those younger levels. I am not expecting a kindergartner or a second grader to be on the computer 5 hours a day. That is not what we want to do. We want them to be inquisitive, learn on their own, not on a screen. I would not want that for my own children. And anytime that I have worked at any Leona Group school, I would always gauge, would I send my own child to this school? And if I would have, without hesitation, sending my own children, they're older now, but I would send them to Leona Connected. And so, because we do want to get parents set up for success, students for success. And so it's just all with communication.
Thank you. Member Jones, and then Member Ruiz, I see your hand.
Madam President, I think this question is probably for Mary, because I know she's on the AA TAC, and this really specifically kind of talks about accountability. So I know one of the things that we have small schools that are not rated. For alternative schools, we have schools that are in a combination of grade levels where right now there's a significant amount of work that's going to be done on that 6th through 8th grade. We've got the 9 through 12, but we have schools and alternative schools that are 6 through 12. So what do you envision for like that K-8? Is that going to be, will you even meet the end count for some? And then is that 6th through 8th that we're developing going to be kind of part of that alt framework you're thinking?
Right. I think the 6 through 8 will go through the alt framework once that's developed.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind, those are for grades, but we're constantly behind the scenes. Our method is IXL, using IXL is making sure that each of our students is making progress and that we're filling holes. But I anticipate, especially the first year, the whole school is going to be in a 9-12 alt framework. Once 6-8 comes in, that 6-8 will come in. And our younger grades, once we have a framework to work them in, right now, I don't know that we're going to have enough students to even meet love.
And that's kind of, yeah, because the end count for like that K, because you're talking about the K-5,
Yes.
really. Might not even in the next few years, you might not even be in a situation where, but you could provide school-based data is what you're
Yep.
saying with
Yep.
IXL or other assessments that you would
Right.
provide as part of that mission-driven part of the charter.
Thank
But then
you.
6 through 12, right?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hopefully, I just want to make sure we, that accountability question I think is important too, not just because it's alternative, but also as you're adding grade levels to an online, that there is accountability. So I wanted to make sure.
And the other thing I think we're just going to cover right now that may be a question is, well, you're an alternative school right now, but what about if you change? What about if your population changes? And it may. And if our population changes, the beauty of the situation is we have alternative schools, we have traditional schools. All of our students are getting the same instruction at grade level. There's not different models, different things. We're tracking growth for all of our students. We're tracking proficiency for all of our students. So if the model changes, we're going to be well prepared and ready for it because we're going to continue with what we do for all students right now.
Thank you, Mary.
That answered your question?
That did.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Member Ruiz.
Thank you, President Montier. And this is probably a question for staff. Can I just get reminded what the monitoring, if this is approved, what the monitoring is going to be? So that we can see if there's, things are progressing appropriately according to a plan, or there's, if it's not,
Student vote?
we're kind of somebody's on it.
Sorry, my computer just turned off. Sorry, Member Ruiz, are you talking about the financial framework?
No, I'm talking about more of a academic. The finances probably don't concern me so much. It's, as this program starts to grow and students are being added to this lower grade online system, that the performance is being monitored. I just want a reminder of
Yeah.
Is that just an annual frequency? Is that a frequency of an annual process for a period of time?
Yeah, so for the additional grade levels that are added, so once those additional grade levels are added for the FY 2027 school year, which will start next year, those grade levels will be included in the school's statewide accountability letter grade. So once the school receives a letter grade for FY 27, these grade levels would be included in that accountability system. But what Mary and Ms. Berg was saying is that they may not have an end count for those lower grade levels to be in a letter grade model at this time. With that stated, though, when board staff goes out and does their review, they do a review of the entire school. So when they look at academic systems, they're going to look at the entire school. And so they will look at grade level specific information in those lower grades.
Okay.
So there is a monitoring that we would do internally. And then the state does have monitoring, but it has to be determined later on whether we'd have accountability in those lower grades at a statewide level.
Okay. Other questions? Yes.
Thank you, President Montier. Sorry, so I'm in the data, I asked, you're going to keep your ECAP. And as I do the math, in 29, you plan on having exactly 30 kids in K through 8. Is that correct?
That's what we are anticipating. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if it's be exactly 30, but
No,
okay,
understood.
okay.
I get that, but
Okay.
that there's not going to be, you're saying 2 kids in kindergarten, 2 kids in first grade, 2 kids in second grade. It seems like this is either something that's going to be really great or an incredible amount of effort for something that maybe, isn't worth it for you or maybe the families. I don't know.
So let me tell you why it is worth it to us, okay? We have a number of very small schools, our elementary schools that are running about that 100 level or a little under. It's worth it to those students and it's worth it to those families. For us, realizing what's happening right now, just in the general state of things, we started this before we knew it was going to happen. Now we know what is happening, and we have parents that are going to our elementary schools and saying, look, can you help us? Could we go online? Our elementary schools are very small. Yes, we have ITMs. Technically, we could tell them yes. However, it would be really difficult for a school of 100 to manage an in-person and some kids online, and I don't think we do them the justice that we should be doing. This model right now is going to allow us to keep our current students and our current families with us. They know us. They can go to Leona Connected as a student, but they're always going to have their own school to fall back on. So our students that are at Gilbert or Liberty or DU or AU can still go back to their schools for the support that they know, the teachers they know. We're not blocking them from admission to our schools. We're just saying, hey, let's do our online this way with them. And then you can still participate with the school as you're comfortable. And I think right now that's where 30 students, I would agree with you and say, what are you doing for 30 students? But those are 30 of our students that may be coming to us. And that's why we started Leona Connected. When you look back at our numbers, it was pretty small. And it was because we were trying to keep our students with us. Overall, it will work. And overall, our families, it will work for our families.
I have a quick question for you. And I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but
Ready, Jeopardy.
Just out of curiosity, because you're bringing families, the thought I'm understanding is to take these families that are spread amongst the elementary schools and condense into the online, those that need it. Why is there a demand for that? Can you answer that question for the families? What are they telling you?
So
is it a transient thing? Is it a health concern? Is it why?
So let's just say before we got to the state affairs where they are right now today, we had families coming to us where their older students were already with us on grades 9 through 12. It was working really well for them. They're saying, what about younger kids? What about younger kids? And these are families that are spread across the state. So it might just be they can't get to a school. Sometimes their children were not doing well in school for just a variety of issues. It could be health, it could be bullying, it could be these are kids that just don't function well in a classroom setting. With our younger students right now today, so we still have those students that are still, or siblings that are asking for our students right now today. It's a variety of issues. I'd say most of them are safety. Is they want their children at home. They're not feeling safe with their children in school, not because the school isn't safe, but because they're not feeling safe as a family bringing them.
Thank you. And there was an online. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I remember Stratton.
Sure. This concept to me, kind of dovetailing off of what we were talking about earlier with the school 2.0 and making things more accessible, obviously to different families is very intriguing to me. I guess I have more of a question maybe for Ashley and for staff, just not that it impacts this decision per se that we're making here, but in general, in our efforts into online schools, my understanding from looking at everything is that those are geared more towards 9 through 12, kind of high school, kind of older student populations. What's been the board's experience and kind of how much capacity, as it were, do we have in like the early childhood, the K through 5, specifically K through 8? It would seem to me that we probably have less, but could you address that, please?
Yeah, Member Stratton, that's correct. The majority of our online students statewide and in the charter portfolio are going to be in those high school grade levels. And I would say we typically have seen in the past when we have new online schools, take COVID out of it, right? Because COVID did push many schools to open up online programs. But I would say traditionally what we would see is similar to what Leona has done, is that you would see those upper grade levels being served in the AOI or the online school first, and then the ones that have decided to go into those lower grade levels then add those lower grade levels at a later time.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. So it would be safe to say that we're not setting new precedent here.
No, we do have schools, like I said, that had it expanded into the lower grade levels for online, and we have had schools come before you for full K-12 online as well.
Thank you.
Question. Member Snyder.
So while this is the first time I believe Leona's asked it or is strategically looking to do online for K-8, like everyone else in this world, you, in a non-strategic way, but forced way, had to do it 5 years ago. And I just wonder what sort of lessons you learned for your particular population of K-8 students that you've brought to your planning and strategic process here.
So I think our biggest thing is just who we are. Those relationships are absolutely critical, that we cannot lose touch with our students or our families. And Leona Connected, when they came online, has an incredible sized office staff that is constantly reaching out. And I think that was the biggest thing we learned is we have to have that communication or we're going to lose our students. You know, if you see them day to day, that's one thing, but when you don't, it's having them there. We learned, I'm just going to kind of talk briefly, you could jump in any point, but that with our teachers, they have to be with those students. Our cameras on, you must be speaking. And if you do not show up, you're going to be contacted. That's incredible. We learned the support's incredible. So there's a counselor for online students. There's a student support. All of this positions we have in our traditional schools, brick and mortar schools, also exist in our online school. We learned that the teachers and the relationships that we still need to do, the fun things, the field trips, the get-togethers, the graduation in person, like these are all incredibly important things. So we learned we had to keep who we are and do that online. And I think that Marcus and Jim have done an excellent job. Sorry, I keep walking away from this. Have done an excellent job of this. Yeah.
So I just want to say, for many years, I would be asked at a charter school, is this a real school? And I always took that as a negative. But then, so really, a few years ago, I just really embraced it. So we're a real school, but we're online. So we want to get to know the students, and just like in any other school. But online, when I first started this, it was very difficult during the pandemic time, and so people were just getting kids online, and there really wasn't a lot of engagement. So what we've done, and what our partner schools in our network, they will come to us for tips for engagement for students. So we use innovative technology. I've always said teachers need to be entertaining, but not an entertainer. And so that's the same thing that's online. They use varied software. We follow up with different technology to make sure they're engaged. Every student in our live classes needs to have a camera on. They need to speak. We're trying to build those skills for students. We just do not want them hiding behind a computer. Any student that is just working asynchronous has to catch up with a live human being and go over how are they doing in their classes? How are they doing on IXL? And then we have an advisor set up for every single student. And so they have to have these meetings with them, and then we give them information about things about life. We're going to keep doing that with our elementary students, because it is a real school. It is, they're learning, like they're getting ready for life. And so over this 5 years, we just have really perfected that. We're not going to be like every other online school. I've never wanted to be like that, like every other school. We're going to be ourselves. So we might do things a little bit differently. And so we love talking to parents. We love having meetings with them. We will reach out to them. And so we found out when we have the whole family engaged, the students are much more successful.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Superintendent Designee Miller.
Thank you so much. It's nice to see you today and get all this information. I'm sure it's detailed in some of the written report, but it would be great to hear it from you. With such a small end count, what does that teacher model look like, right? Obviously, you can't have one teacher for 2 students in each grade. So is it going to flow with the ITM, or what does that look like?
So it's going to be more of our self-paced model to start out. So we have a structured schedule where students will be meeting online at least twice a week. And then we will have drop-in times for math, reading, field trip Fridays, dig deep discoveries, which is where they get to learn stuff that interests them and not just any elective. And so we have a set schedule for that. As we scale up, we will hire additional staff. But a lot of the students that we have now are coming from our high school. We have also been working with behavioral health and foster care facilities. So when things change and they're online, they're not going to leave their school, because we know when a student leaves a school and they've been there and then they get moved to another home, like they basically start back at square zero. With the online program for the little guys, they can do the same thing that the high schoolers have been doing. And so they can keep the same routine, they can keep the same learning going on, and then just keep progressing. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Wonderful.
Okay. I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to approve the Kaizen Education Foundation's request to add grades K to 8 and to serve such students using the Arizona Online Instruction for the contract of Kaizen Education Foundation DBA Mission Heights Preparatory School.
Motion's been made. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ashley, can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Foster,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye.
Motion
Congratulations.
Good luck.
And we're moving on to agenda item K, Operational Framework Annual Review, presentation by Ashley and Joanna.
Sorry, this one is going to be Rachel, but she is virtual.
Just kidding. Presentation by Rachel and Joanna.
Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and get us started. So, good morning, President Montier, Vice President Close, and board members. Today, Rachel and I are presenting a brief overview of how the Operational Performance Framework is working in practice. We'll look at the overall portfolio trends from fiscal year 22 through fiscal year 25, what the data is telling us, and the several improvements we've made to better support schools. We'll close with our recommendation and next steps for fiscal year 2026. This review is in alignment with the board's policy to annually review the performance frameworks. Slide. Slide. Overall, operational performance across the portfolio has leveled out in a positive way. The majority of charter holders continue to meet the standard. We're also seeing fewer operational issues year over year. Since fiscal year 2022, findings have dropped by about a third, 34%, demonstrating improvements in compliance for our schools. The data is important, but it doesn't tell the whole story. Over the last several years, we've been intentional about improving how we communicate and engage with charter holders. We focused on stronger communication with charters and providing clear guidance and tools to support compliance. We understand that school leaders are managing a lot, and our goal has been to be supportive and proactive by focusing on schools, not just identifying issues. Based on what we're seeing today, staff are comfortable with the framework as it currently stands, and we're not recommending changes at this time. That said, we're continuing to be thoughtful and data-driven. This fiscal year, 26, allows us to complete a full review cycle that began with the fiscal year 21 cohort, which will give us a deeper insight into the long-term performance. More will be shared later in this presentation. Slide. The operational framework isn't just a compliance checklist. It's a tool that the board uses throughout the life of a charter to understand operational performance, identify trends, and inform decision-making. It provides consistency and context, especially when schools come before the board for renewals, expansions, or other actions. Slide. This framework has grown significantly since it was first adopted. What began as a statutory requirement had evolved into a responsive oversight model. Over time, we added specialized staff and shifted to using consent agreements with a focus on sustainability and improvement. During the pandemic, we adapted quickly by moving reviews online while still maintaining visibility through targeted pop-in visits. In fiscal year 2026, we're completing that full cycle of reviews using the improvements made since the pandemic and continuing to use a mix of the virtual and in-person strategies to maintain oversight. Slide. Strong operations matter. They create the foundation for everything a school does. When those systems are in place and functioning well, school leaders can focus their time and energy on what matters most, providing that high-quality education to our students. The framework helps ensure student safety, compliance with legal and contractual obligation, and long-term stability for schools and the students they serve. It's also used in different ways. For the board, it supports governance, risk awareness, and long-term perspective. For charters, it serves as a management and planning tool for identifying gaps. And for the public, especially families, it provides transparency into how schools are operating. Slide. The operational dashboard brings all of this together. It looks at governance, reporting, implementation of the educational model, and contractual compliance. Information flows in from several sources, required reports, monitoring activities from other agencies, and site visits, both virtual and in person. When issues are identified, they're documented and addressed collaboratively with schools. The dashboard allows us to see what's happening now and how performance has changed over time, since we do have a 5-year dashboard, which is always critical for informed oversight. Before I turn it over to Rachel to walk you through the detailed results, do you have any questions for me? Great. Okay, Rachel.
All right. Dan, next slide, please. So thank you, Joanna, and board members. I apologize for not being there this morning. Now that Joanna's given you some background about this framework and its history, I would like to share some recent results with this dashboard. Next slide, Dan. There are 9 total measures on the operational dashboard. A charter holder meets on the operational dashboard when it has 5 or less measures marked on the dashboard and has no measures marked as false far below. Over 99% of charter holders have met the operational standard each year for the past 4 years. This demonstrates strong compliance across the portfolio. The number of charter holders not meeting the standard remains consistently low, with no more than 4 in any of the last 4 years. It is important to note that this last year, FY 2026, this current year, is the 5-year interval review for charters that were reviewed back in fiscal year 2022, making this year's reviews primarily made up of charters that were the first cohort that experienced the updated virtual monitoring processes which we use now. It should also be noted that only 1 standard review from fiscal year 2025 last year resulted in a dashboard that did not meet. The others were repeat issues from specialized accountability situations, which again shows strong performance and overall compliance across the portfolio. Next slide, Dan. This slide demonstrates overall marks rather than those that met or did not meet on a dashboard. Marks are related to the subsections of the various measures mentioned earlier. While we would hope that charters are always in compliance in every area, and charters certainly feel the same way, we also understand that perfection is not necessarily the goal, and charters will receive a mark here and there. This shows us the trajectory related to the number of charters receiving marks in 1 or more components on the dashboard in the given fiscal years. As you can see, there is a steady decline in the number of charters receiving marks from fiscal year 2022 through fiscal year 2025. This steady decline in operational marks signals improved charter performance across the portfolio. Next slide, Dan. These improvements were based on an intentional and responsive approach. While board staff has worked hard to make changes and drive that improvement, it can only happen through intentional changes resulting from listening and partnering with charter holders and other stakeholders. Stakeholder feedback and performance data resulted in designing key enhancements to our support offerings, monitoring, and oversight systems since FY 2022. We have pretty regularly reported to this board about our improved communication, training, and support as it relates to charter operations and compliance. But I do want to highlight a few areas that we believe impacted these improvements. Board staff began providing regular communication to charter holders to highlight specific, timely compliance requirements. This occurs via social media, newsletters, and quarterly emails from our education program managers. Additionally, multiple Google sites have been developed to support learning and compliance. These offerings are in conjunction with compliance checklists and sample enrollment documents that have been released for charter holders to manage their own processes and documentation in a compliant way. All of this further complemented with intentionally designed training courses for both new and existing charter holders. Finally, thresholds were developed for certain dashboard measures, decreasing the need for perfection in areas such as website compliance or open meeting law, but still requiring strong and intentional compliance in these areas. With these shifts, as well as hard work completed in partnership with charter operators as they worked through their own improvements in documents and processes, we are happy to see and be able to acknowledge hard work in compliance in our daily interactions. Next slide. In light of what we've shared today, we'd like to share our roadmap of recommendations. At the beginning of this roadmap, today, we are bringing you the findings of the annual review for your knowledge and consideration. As mentioned previously, fiscal year 2026 is the first cohort of schools to have a second review using the current process, including the full virtual review call combined with a pop-in visit. As such, this year is essential to seeing the outcome of the work done to improve our processes over the past 5 years. Board staff feels that the data from this year is imperative in considering any shifts or changes to the framework itself. As such, we plan to conduct an even more comprehensive analysis of the fiscal year 2026 and historical data after the conclusion of this fiscal year, beginning in July 2026, which is after the dashboards will be final for the current year. Then, based on the data and any research findings, board staff would bring comprehensive data-driven recommendations based on our findings and best practices to you in the fall of 2026. This concludes our presentation, and Joanna and I are available for any questions you may have.
Board members, do we have any questions? Member Swanson.
You guys just do such a great job. Thank you for that presentation. It was clear, concise, told us a lot about what we needed to know. And, you know, unless we're making life too easy on charters, it sounds like we're on the right track.
I would echo that sentiment and just wanted to thank you for this presentation and for some of the enhancements and improvements. The thresholds have been a game changer. So I wanted to say thank you for those.
Anyone else? I'm going to keep echoing. There's just a really long echo here. There's a lot of work that's been done. You are doing amazing things with our charters and our portfolio. And I'm really excited to see what happens at the end of this fiscal year, see what the data looks like, and interested to hear recommendations moving forward. So thank you both very much for your hard work. Thank you to board staff. And we are going to move on to...
We do need a...
Just kidding, we don't. We need a motion.
We need a motion.
Shh, Jessica.
I'll do it.
Great. Member Barr.
I move to direct staff to move forward with proposed recommendations found in the board materials and presented today.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Lovely. Ashley?
Vice President Close.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Miss Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Miss Foster.
Aye.
Miss Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Snyder.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
President Montier.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I had a Nostradamus moment there. I kind of thought that was going to happen, but we do need a motion, so I apologize for that. All right. Agenda item L, new charter applications for schools opening in 2027, 2028. Ashley, yes? Presented by Ashley.
Yes. As part of the new charter application process and as required by state statute, staff updates the application for a new charter and instructions each year to reflect the upcoming cycle and brings them to you for approval. This year's proposed revisions include technical changes to provide clarity and transparency to the instructions. Additionally, due dates have been updated to reflect the new calendar year. The other addition that was made was the addition of a courtesy submission section, which provides information about a limited additional opportunity to rectify minor administrative issues after the hard deadline. Again, being more customer service friendly. The board's policy states that it will review the reasonableness of its fees every 3 years. Based on the review conducted by board staff, including data on fee revenues and expenses, board staff is not recommending a change to the fees. Additional details related to the fees and reasons for this recommendation are included in the summary for your consideration. All proposed changes apply to both the new charter application for traditional schools and the new charter application for applicants with an Arizona online instruction program, and will be included in the materials when they are posted. And that is all I have to report.
Do we have any questions for Ashley? Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll do that one too.
All right, Member Barr.
I move that the board adopt the revisions to the new charter application for the 2026 application cycle for charters opening in fiscal year 2028 and beyond, and to not increase the fees required for the new charter application process as presented to the board today and found in the materials for today's board meeting. I further direct staff to make all necessary technical and formatting changes to documentation as necessary for clarity, consistency, or readability.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that one too. Oh. Let member take that and take.
Okay, we're going to go with Vice President Close for the win. Okay, Ashley, can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Miss Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Miss Foster.
Aye.
Miss Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Snyder.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Lovely. And on to agenda item M, compliance matters, discussion and possible action. I move to enter into executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice from the board's attorney concerning this item and for discussion or consultation with its attorney in order to consider the board's position and instruct its attorneys regarding pending or contemplating litigation or settlement discussions. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Ashley?
Vice President Close. Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Miss Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Miss Foster.
Aye.
Miss Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Snyder.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye.
Motion passes. And for housekeeping purposes, all members that are virtual right now, you will be placed into a virtual meeting room. So we will go ahead and get set up into our executive session room right over here.
Recording in progress. Oh, it's spam. Anyway, maybe I won't. Yeah, use it. Let me just look. Yep. Go ahead, second session.
Okay, Ashley, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, you may.
Or I mean attendance, I'm sorry, not vote.
Yeah.
Roll call.
Yes, sorry, I should have clarified that as well. President Monteith,
Present.
Vice President Close,
Here.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Here.
Miss Barr,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Here.
Miss Foster,
Here.
Miss Jones,
Here.
Mr. Ruiz,
Here.
Mr. Snyder,
Here.
Mr. Stratton,
Here.
Mr. Swanson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Okay, regarding agenda item M, having considered the information discussed in executive session concerning the board's notice of intent to revoke and American Virtual Academy's prior and current academic performance, I move that the board's attorney proceed as instructed in executive session. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Can I get a vote, please?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Foster,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. Moving on to agenda item N, summary of current events, future meeting dates, and items for future agendas. Ashley.
The only thing that I have to report is our next meeting is on March 3rd at 10 a.m.
All right. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.